Okay, so last time we were working on text. This time we're working on text. Um, Something I did off stream though was add oops, add a version pragma. And I think that led to um, one of these GL get errors panicking. Let's see if we can repro that. Oops. Yeah, I think it was in here. We see error 1. So I think the first thing to do is find out where that error is coming from. Hi Diggs, how are you doing? Um, yeah, but I think maybe before that we'd clean up the delta that we've got right now. Uh, Returns a string describing the current matrix code. Returns the, I think it's x, y, width, height. X pause, y pause, width, height of the current viewport. Hold on. If I'm gonna commit these things, I might as well document them and make them useful. Or usable, I should say. Depth. Depth buffer. Get the near far depth values, I guess. Depth buffer values. Returns near far depth buffer values. Is that? In my head, I want to say this is like the clipping plane, the near and the far clipping plane. right? But it's not really. Window coordinates. To window depth coordinates. Linear mapping. Yeah. From the last, maybe I'll just say, you know, get the near val, far val from the last GL depth range call. Returns near far from the current near far is as set from the last GL depth range call. GL depth range. Okay. I'm just gonna commit this because it's useful stuff. It's like tools. Add some helpers to inspect GL state. Okay. And then in here, I'm thinking, how can I make an abstraction for, you know, the GL get error and how you're supposed to do it in a loop? We don't have a new enough version of OpenGL to just use like the callback way to get errors. So we do have to kind of periodically pull the pull all the errors out of the queue. I wonder if something like in the hold on, what does render shader do? Oh, it's just abstractions for shaders. In this guy, we call the function, right? But maybe instead of just calling the function, we call the function and then handle GL errors. I'm just thinking, if we do that, will the passed in functions be able to properly check for errors? I think so. Yeah. And then here, if we see an error, we can log it and use like the current stack. No. Is there a way to get the source of this function f? Like a lot of times you would just say like, okay, look at the current stack. Whoever called me is like the context. But this like queuing of these functors kind of breaks that link, breaks that context. I'd really like it to have these functions need to take, or sorry, I would really like it for these functions to take like a GL object that is what they use for rendering. Leaky types aside, it would give us the context for don't call GL things except on callback from this render queue stuff. Don't use a, sorry, supply a, well, inject a GL dependency to the callback so that rendering I mean, maybe I don't need to say why. I should say why. If I just say do it, it's not actually helpful. Inject a GL dependency to the callback for testability and to keep arbitrary code from calling GL. Off of the render thread. Right? Docs add to do about better typing for render thread callbacks. Alright, so right now, the white space is different here. Because it's just a string, yeah. I mean, I don't think we have much of anything that is really super awesome and needs to get preserved. But we can at least do this. I'm betting that, oops. I'm betting that things like these either don't call GL error or, well, I guess it's that. Alright, so let's say you're in some function somewhere and you did some GL stuff and you're like, well, maybe it's something errored. This would be a good time to inspect error state. So call a debug helper that's like log errors, really. Now, do I want to log them in the helper, or do I want to get them and then log them locally? I think log them for now, and we can refactor for a get and log local if it makes sense for some context, but right now we're just going to be logging them. So, log and clear GL errors. Maybe we want to take like a logger. Right? And use that logger. So then, forever GL error is GL.get error. If GL error not equal, or if it's equal to GL.no error, yeah, return. Otherwise, logger dot print f GL error. And for now, we're just gonna send the error code. We can worry more about nicer errors if this proves to be useful. But this should really be like to do include the line number where we were called yeah, we don't need it right now. But for here, we can do debug dot log and clear GL errors. Logger dot Is there a way to reference the like standard logger? Go log. The default. So now, do we see I think it's not a bad thing. Let's add the usage as well. Under shader. tools, add a helper for logging GL errors. I'm doing all these refactorings and I haven't set my mode. Okay, what else is in this diff? Alright, so I think right now we're going to be looking at where does this 1281 come from. Now 1281 is the return value from GL error. And if we look at that, I actually want to get error. Get error. Nice. But I am interested in what is it 1281 is. GL error 1281. GL error code mappings. I don't think that's OpenGL. Yeah, and then maybe we should print it out in hex instead of what we're doing. So GL invalid value, not a legal value for that function. But which function? Okay. Deprecating data removed in 3.1 core and above. Woo! So we've already come across this error code is, what is the code actually mapped to? So let's make it print the useful thing. Okay. And honestly, including the line number is going to be super useful. And I don't want to live in a world where we don't have that line number. So I'm going to fix it. Alright, so but just for fun. Yeah. So we're still just getting our like blue rectangle when we're expecting, you know, something other than blue. Um, so printf will let's just use our thing instead of debug.log and clear errors for default. I'm looking at this now and it's like, do we want to return something indicating that there were errors or not, so that client code can bail out should it want to? But I think we're not going to do that right now. Debug.log clear errors for log.default. So what kind of output do we get right now? Oh, we don't need font. Okay, that's fine. GL error 1281. Even like mod D to mod X is like probably useful. Yeah. That should give me 4 characters and 0 pad. Yeah. Kind of like cprintf. Okay, so we got a 501. Yeah. But how do we improve the message? Just thinking here, is there an easy way to move the prefix from the beginning of the line to before the message? Here we want the line number that called us. I think we should be able to find it from the runtime. Pardon me, from functions provided by the runtime package. Okay, so if it's like no matter how many times we go through the loop, it'll still be the same caller. So the caller is runtime dot caller. Skip should be 1. So we don't care about the PC. We do care about the file and the line. PC file line. Okay. What's that? If not okay, panic couldn't call right, and then let's see how that goes. GL error of that. Oops. Should be a mod D. So 389. I don't want all that home GMK workspace Destra Haunts junk. So slice up to and including glop slash. File is strings dot suffix trim prefix. Split after glob. What? Is that another thing? Can I slice strings? I think I can. Like that. Oops. Parts at line of parts -1. GL error GUI.text GUI/text.go 389. This should find the first glop, so if we end up calling a file glop, it'll still split at the correct spot. There should always be a glop. Well, if somebody checks out the file, or the project, and doesn't call the directory glop, fine. If len of parts not equal to 2, less than 2, panic. Sorry, I'm just thinking like slices S into all substrings after each instance of SEP and returns a slice of those substrings. Slice of length of 1 whose only element is S. So let's say somebody doesn't call it glop. We'll still have a 1 length slice. It'll have everything in it. Fine. I'm not too worried about this. Like, if you want to be pedantic, it could fail, but I don't think it's worth my time to try and handle that case. Okay. So when we make test, we get GL error GUI text.go 389 OX 501. That's not too bad. Right? What happens here? So if we do it there, clear errors. Let's do it before render string and see if it was just that we called it with some errors going on, which is probably the case. This is line 218. No, 393. Okay, good. We've really cut down on the space of possibilities for where these errors happen. Very good. Let's do some more. Alright, just do it everywhere. $377. So it was after. I hope my debug functions aren't doing it. 367. No, okay. Invalid value. I bet it's that we're not setting the right texture unit. I can deal with that. Pardon me? So there's one at here, Did I miss that before? Like, it's not cached or anything, right? Yeah. Okay, it's just um, okay. The first error we see is on line 356, right here. So we enable shader glop.font, and that chucks an error, man. And we're getting invalid value. Okay, so when we do enable shader, we do like a GL use program. So let's look for what it's going to do for let's look at in what cases this function returns or sets the error for invalid value. If program is either 0 nor a value generated by OpenGL. Okay. Pardon me. Wait a minute. Load dictionary has to happen. We're we're calling that, right? Yes. Yes, we are. Before we call render string. Okay. I hate this. By the way. So hold on. Why did enable shader do something so silly? Does use program return anything? Void. Yeah, okay. Over greater. While a program object is in use, the state that controls the disabled fixed functionality may also be updated using the normal OpenGL calls, like display list and texture objects. Namespace for program objects may be shared across a set of contexts. The namespace is shared across content and touch object and data is shared as well. Synchronization across API calls when objects are asset for different execution threads. And yet. Wait a minute. If I am running this test, but I'm worried that there's crosstalk in this, like, shader cache. Test dictionary render string. Okay, hold on. Where's the GL errors? Don't see them. Is that because they're not there? Okay. We need to be careful to not run these tests in a bad way. Which is to say, we need to get rid of this shader progs cache thing. It's just it's not good. Okay. But yeah, having the line and file name there is really helpful. So I'm going to commit that. Tools. Include file name and line number in GL error logging. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. Yay, we have coffee. Alright. Um, yeah. So, as the comment implies, we take the... we draw a triangle from the first, second, third, and first, third, fourth vertices that we're about to drop on here. We go from 0, 0 to 0, 1 to 1, 1 to 1, 0. We set the texture coordinates from 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Now, one question I have is, does the order of vertices matter in terms of like looking at the front or the back of the texture or something? But I'm gonna go with counterclockwise is like the way to do this. So 0, 0, add to the y, add to the x, subtract from the y, subtract from the x. So I think that should be okay. It looks like they were doing that as well, like x left, y top, x left, y bottom. We're logging the vertices that we're sending, right? No, we're not actually. Oh yeah, we are. So it went from 0, 5. Well, that's interesting, because if that's 5, what are the units that we're talking here? The other thing to worry about is like we're also doing things like pushing, popping, setting matrices and all this stuff. Clear with blue for now, clear it all. I mean, we translate to nowhere. Translate. But if we look at GLU's program, successfully installing and executing on a programmable process will cause the corresponding fixed functionality of OpenGL to be disabled. Specifically, if it is installed on the Vertex processor, the OpenGL fixed functionality will be disabled as follows. While a program object continues objects should modify attached to your objects. Okay. So don't mix fixed functionality, what do you call it? Fixed function pipeline stuff with shader stuff. So this needs to go away. I don't know if this needs to go away or not. We're gonna... Let's... Yeah, so we see a difference, which is that it's black now. We don't see any non-black things. Are we setting the color in it anywhere else? Front color is GL color. Um, I see. Huh. Depth buffer bit. Let's look at GL clear and understand what it's doing for us. I mean, clear depth and clear color looks like a thing. Clear buffers to preset values. GL clear sets the plane area of the window to values previously selected by these guys. Multiple color buffers can be cleared simultaneously by selecting more than one buffer at a time using GL drop buffer. What is GL drop buffer? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Specify which color buffers are to be drawn into. Okay, I understand front and back, but I guess there's a left and a right. Okay. So, my understanding is that we're double buffered monoscopic context. We call that somewhere, right? Question. We had a text rendering thing working before. Yeah. It's not like a thing that we do in the C code, is it? Linux. Glop. No. GLX. I mean, swamp buffers. But I don't think they're doing any like OpenGL in here. They're doing X windowing. They should all use GL front for single buffered context and GL back for double buffered context. That makes sense. So I don't have to say which. E. Okay, so like, okay, so we always clear the current buffer as set by GL draw buffer. Gotcha. Dithering buffer must affect the operation of GL client. So it's a box. Bounds cleared region. Functions, unfunctional logical operations, sensory texture mapping, depth buffering are ignored. Okay. So buffer is to be cleared. If a buffer is not present, then a GL clear direct the buffer has no effect yet. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So this is like, hey frame buffer, you are empty, or you are different now. I think it's okay to call it then. One of the things someone pointed out the other day was that we have like a black border around. I don't know how easy that is to see on stream, but if you look, there's like some black pixels to the top and left of the what we're clearing. Maybe I will modify the make file to use a bigger XVFB server, XVFB screen buffer size, frame buffer size. Let's multiply by 4. So, oops. Well, by 4 by 4. This might fail earlier with how big the thing is, but I don't know. So it's still very... It's caching it? Goodness gracious. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We read the frame buffer file and it was 85.152, so we need to expect that now. 83.52. $85.152. Okay. This is the change we wanted to see. It's actually not super tiny. Hooray. Alright. The current viewport is 1024 by 750. Instead, let's make it match the dimensions we're giving it. right? So this is 160 by 128. Current viewport, 1024 by 750. Oh, I modified the wrong ones. Oh, yeah. I don't like it. 160 and 128. We need to dry this out. Okay. This is something because why? This is something because I think we're doing red. Um, in our kind of debug, what you call it, stuff, GL color. Yeah, we're not using the color, we're using red. So now let's use the color. Okay, things are starting to make more sense. Why is this working better than before? Because the viewport is matching the screen? 0, 0 seems to be the middle, right? So we really should be doing -1, -1 to 1, 1. See what happens there. I was expecting it to, yeah, fill more of the buffer. Good. Good. Okay. Is this black border thing a artifact of X window undump? Slash X window dump. Now, 160 by 128 there, and then yeah. Oh, Systar create window 1010. I think that's the, yeah, okay, that's the origin of the, okay. Why is this repeating? It used to be black out here. Right? Yeah. It might have something to do with taking up the whole screen means the background color for the frame buffer is the background color for the X window dump. Maybe. Anyways, we don't have to understand that and debug that, but this here is very interesting. Now, If we don't clear with blue, what do we get? We get stuff. Okay. What does this look like? It does not look like an LOL. But um, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some of this. Okay, those are not load bearing changes. Now what happens if I don't try to select the entire texture? Okay, we get nada. That's okay. Now hold on. If I'm should this be XY? It does not seem to have an effect. Wait, GL text coord at 0 is that. Pause is GL vertex dot XYZ. Just min, just max, yeah. Yeah. Why? What is GL multi-text coord 0 and GL multi-text coord 1? I'm not sure. Let's find out. GL multi-text coord 0. For the FS fragment shader. Sure. but I did multi-text chord 0. Multi-text chord 0. You don't need GL enable, GL disable. If you don't want texturing, you either need to write another shader that doesn't do texturing, or you can attach an all white or all black texture. Depends on your needs. In the vertex shader, GL text coordinate 0 equal I want GLSL reference. Multi-text chord 0. The following pre-declared input names can be used from within a vertex shader to access the current values of OpenGL state when using compatibility profile. It's a vec4. It's GL text chord. Compatibility profile. Yeah, following built-in vertex, tessellation control, tessellation control. Now I wonder if I should be staying away from this version, but neither clip vertex nor clip distance. Okay. The GL per vertex blocks can be re-declared in a shader to explicitly include these additional members. For example, position, front color, back color, text chord. Okay, so GLSL read Texel. .xy. So if you call texture 2D on some sampler at some position, you should get back no, I don't understand. I do not understand. Texture 2D at where? The texture position. The texture position should be let's find the GLSL reference for the texture 2D function. Oops. Choose texels from a texture. The color value of the texture for the given coordinates. Okay. Vertex. Clip vertex. So there's an array of GL text chord things. GL underscore multi-text chord. What is it? Multi-text chord. Okay. What is multi-text chord? It's the built-in per vertex texture coordinate for the 0th or 7th texture coordinate set by GL multi-text chord when using immediate mode, or by GL text chord pointer. Okay. So this is what we're passing in from GL text chord pointer and friends. Sorry, I think my dog needs to go outside. I'll be right back.
Let him not bleed in great numbers, for he will make a desert of his home and yours. The Beast Man.
This should really be like GL texture 0 plus 0, but so hold on. When we call bind texture, I'm just not sure how this plays with texture targets. Or sorry, texture units. But I think we can maybe ignore that for now. Now, I would have expected that to just draw the texture that we've got loaded and stretch it to fit the viewport. No, we're calling text cord pointers correctly, right? Text cord pointer. Define an array of texture coordinates. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You upload? Yeah. I'm logging stride somewhere, right? No. Hmm. Sorry, wait. Stride is 16. That should be over 8. No? Maybe? No? Yes? No? Whoa! Okay. Okay. Um, the size is 16. Four bytes, 4 bytes. 4 bytes, 4 bytes. So 16 bytes. So no. The stride should be 16. Okay. We should probably see what this is. Width is. Hmm. So the geometry should be -1, -1 to 1, 1. V buffer, I buffer. Let's look at bind buffer. Okay. Okay, so when we call bind buffer, we're saying, hey, V buffer is the array buffer, I buffer is the element array buffer, draw elements. Now, draw elements versus draw arrays versus draw buffers. I'm not sure. Uh-huh. From an enabled array, starting at indices. To construct a sequence mode specifies what kind of breakpoint expression when an array is enabled. Each is used if you have not enabled. Maybe draw elements isn't what we want. Isn't that what we want? Okay. Indices is just assumed to be 0 to n. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I don't know what scissor test is or scissor box, but I saw it referenced before. Okay. Hypothesis. It is drawing that last kind of quad, and everything else is getting drawn over. So if we were to say comment some of this stuff out, I'm just worried about the elements that are not defined. Okay. I should learn what the texture size is, and if it matters in terms of. It shouldn't matter because the texture coordinates should be from 0 to 1 in the x and the y. Okay, what happens when we make this thing bigger? Um, ugh. 160 goes to 320, 640. 128 goes to 256, 512. Okay, and then now we do the thing where we update the hard-coded things here as well. 640 by 512. So what does this look like? This looks like I mean, garbage, obviously, but I'm curious to see this. Now, text parameter. Module. Sorry. Min filter is linear, mag filter is linear. Fair. For the active texture unit. Vertex arrays are client-side GL resources, which are selected by GL client active texture. Does that make a difference? No. Good. Hmm. Now, hold on. Um, we have a ping of like a PNG of the texture. I'm just thinking, like, what if we're loading it wrong? Right? If we have this pixel data that was like image RGB, the pix data from the original image.rgba. Um, let's log what the dx and dy is. Um, dict xy. D dot data dot dx. .512 by 64. Yeah. 0.70 to 0.71. So how many texels is this? How many texels wide does it think the L is? Right? It thinks it's from LR is 0. Why type it when I can copy it? So that, and then to this. R minus L is that. Times, we think it's 512. So it's 7 texels wide. It would look to be. Now, where is the little L? They like packed this thing so that it would be smaller. But if I'm looking for lowercase l, I think it's here. Well, actually, we should look for what's at 0.7, 0.23. So 0.7 would be about here, and then 0.23 would be about halfway, or like a quarter. Is it like this? This part of the K? Ugh. It's probably this right here, right? That looks like an L. Maybe. Oh, sorry, it's from 0.5 is the top to 0.234. Is textile coordinates, texture coordinates starting from the bottom left? Let's see. Okay, what happens if we try to render a big T? Right? So we think it's at, yeah, 0, slightly before half to a quarter. Half to about a quarter. There's like an extra line or something. There's like white space. Well, I guess. Oh. This is the X left bottom left? X left, Y top. What are all these things? Render char. X pause. Is it float? Rooms that. Info. Dot full balance. Let's just plug the info struct. Mod plus v, please. X left. Yeah. And then d dot data dot min max is okay. D dot data max max y.
Welcome to Domino's. Daniel speaking. Can I take your order?
G'day, yeah, I'd like a copy of Hardcore Tunage Volume 12 by DJ Koch with extra cheese, please.
What?
A copy of Hardcore Tunage Volume 12 with extra cheese.
What the hell are you talking about?
This is what I'm talking about.
$14.30. Sorry, rolled over something crunchy here. So what are you telling me? You're telling me that max y is 5. When you call text image 2D, what format does this have to be? I've asked this question before, I've answered this question before, but what if we say that the test is going to render to a 512 by 64, right? That's very interesting. Instead of repeat, gl clamp. I mean, not gonna hurt anything. I expect to see the exact same thing. Okay. Which makes sense, because like clamp should only throw away the whole integer portion, but we're all between the right bounds anyways. I keep coming back to this, and I keep thinking this should be ST, because the S and T are the indices into the texture. texture coordinate array. Right. Okay. Sure. Looks like they're just formatting it. Yeah. From the image.new RGBA. Okay. Alpha P multiplied color component C. That's why all the bytes are the same and equal to alpha. Okay. Um, the the pixel, the data in the d.data.pix in this array, it's the same as the pix data in the original RGBA. But the original RGBA could have had a min x or a min y that wasn't 0. To be continued. If it did have a min x or min y that wasn't 0, then the image that we're seeing here would have like dead space on the top left. So I don't think that's our problem. Maybe it's not unsigned byte. This might have something to do with something. unsigned byte, and then ah. Okay. Unsigned int. Maybe it's just an int. No. Which makes sense. Like, yeah. Yeah. Look at it, it's so beautiful. It's upside down, but it's so beautiful. It's upside down because I'm going from bottom left. Okay. GL coordinates start at the bottom left, right? -1, -1. Texel coordinates probably start at the top left because reasons. Maybe. Hold on, hold on. Now when we send I'm trying to get my bearings here. Like if this was a T. No. If this was T, what they had was huh? They had what now? X left. Y top. Let me just look it up. OpenGL coordinate system. It's a right-handed system. Positive x-axis is to your right. Positive y-axis is up. Z-axis is backwards. Like at you. Okay. OpenGL Texel coordinate system. UMap 0 to 1 and 0 to 1, but OpenGL specifies it's a map 0 to 1 and the 0 to 1. Texture coordinate 0 is indeed the edge of a texture, and not the center of the edge texel. The center of a texel is always located at integer plus 0.5 coordinates. So 0, 0 laps the lower left texel. So, top left would be 0, 1. Bottom left would be 0, 0. Bottom right would be 1, 0. Top right would be 1, 1. Wow! That only took a week longer than it should have. But that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. In my head, I'm like, commit this. I don't care what it is, just commit it. Yeah, okay. Much width. Such wow. But OMG text. Oh, what a relief though. What a relief. I'm just looking for... Did I mess that up, or... That's the commit I just made. This used to be unsigned byte. Unsigned byte. Unsigned byte. Unsigned byte. Unsigned byte. Okay. We have text. Now, let's draw the right text. Alright. Okay. This is okay. It's not working, but we know we can render things. We know. We just need to make sure the texture coordinates are correct. So what I'm doing right now is looking at the x and y coordinates, the texel coordinates here. So the top left thinks it's at, for the L, says it's at 3. Okay, so these aren't texel coordinates, these are pixels in the texture image. An image of the texture. That these are the same as these is correct because these are both the L character. Max Y is 5. Okay. Question. Do we go for the quads right now, or do we stick with this triangle stuff? Honestly, we're going for quads, because it's just silly. All these indices aren't needed. Get out of here, indices. Just, no. Oh, quads were deprecated in later versions, and later reintroduced for tessellation, but I'm not sure you can draw them without naively in later versions. All right, let's not do quads then. I'm trying to, like, I remember you from yesterday, but what's your name? R. Constant? Rick Renston? Welcome back, by the way. Also, I'm not sure if you saw, R. Cranston. Welcome back. I'm not sure if you saw, but check this out. My test is rendering the texture. So like this is when we're doing like just add a vertice, top left, bottom right, top right, and then select the whole texture. Happy to be back. Can't get enough of OpenGL from scratch. But yeah, I think the smoking gun here was we were passing in this array of data to load as the pixels, and I was saying, oh, it's a bunch of bytes. This needs to specify how wide each like pixel element is, the whole pixel, like all the components. So now that we got the unsigned int, originally it was rendering upside down, but that was a pretty quick fix when I fixed up the texture coordinates. So yeah, so now we just got to make it not suck and render the string that we wanted to render instead of the whole texture. Does that make sense? So yeah, I'm seeing the dreaded black image. That does make sense. Good. See, I'm not crazy. I swear. So when I don't draw the whole texture geometry, we get a black rectangle, but we can work with that. Again, here we needed yeah. I'm planning on doing super simple text in the future. Are you doing fancy TrueType or Atlas packing? I'm not sure what Atlas packing is. The original font was a TrueType font that they used like a free type library to render. And if I understand correctly, they had an old version of the code that was able to repack the kind of naive grid into the texture we see, or sorry, into the image we see at here, right? Like it's not the characters in order. They've shuffled things, they packed it up, which might be the Atlas packing. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with that. But I know that they rendered the initial image with like a free text library, and then rejigged it to make it look like rejigged that image to make it look like this. Yeah. So yeah, they did. I think the packing that they came up with was a like a just their bookkeeping that they did when they were rearranging that that texture. Yeah, the font is the given bitmap right now. I'm trying to remember. They had like a skia.ttf somewhere. Maybe it was in Haunts itself. Haunts. Yeah, so they had these things. So they have a skia.ttf and a tomner.ttf, right? Presumably TrueType text files. And then these .gob files, which is the like packed re-rendering of one of these. GOB is like a Golang old school serialization format. But yeah, I've been just using this one, dict10, to get going. Okay. I should probably keep an image or a a window open with this thing for reference. Nice, I plan on similar but simpler. Simpler is better. Just monospace ASCII in a regular grid, N by N by 256 texture. Yeah, that's how I would have done it. um, I was hoping to reuse as much as I could of their stuff, so I trying to make it work with what they've got. But yeah, yeah. I think they did a little bit of premature optimization, which I was reliably told is the root of all evil. So I think the little L is this one here. And we're seeing texture coordinates of 0.7, so like 0.7, you know, around here. And then there's actually some dead space at the bottom of this. 0.5 is like the top of the second row. So we're saying that we want a vertex at 0, 5 map to that, and then a vertex at 0, 5 map. This is the same spot. That could be why we're not rendering anything. Yeah. Yeah, no worry. Out of curiosity, who's the other streamer? Are they working on OpenGL things as well? Okay, all these full bounds are 0, which is not good. Not what we want. I'm really hoping that it's not like a problem with the data, because I don't want to rework the. Well, to be honest, like I could probably reconstruct the full bounds with like a better image program than Fe. But yeah. Okay. So like, what even is full bounds? Oh, it might be like an adjustment to like the space that the glyph covers. So you don't need to map the full. You don't need to spend space in your texture in order to declare a character that has a lot of clear space above and below it. Like for the dash character, right? You would just specify a little rectangle in the texture and say, oh, but when you go to draw the thing, make sure you draw a full square that big. Gotcha. Usually just search OpenGL on software and game dev if no one I'm following is online. Spherophoria streams a lot and is incredibly talented. Hero Dev and Raymarch. Yeah, I think I've watched a little bit of Hero Dev, honestly, a while ago. That was like like everything from scratch. I'm trying to remember the name of the kind of flagship game that he was working on. Um, the the name of the game actually included kind of a nod to having written everything, like memory allocators, and I'm not sure if he went so far as to rewrite what he needed of the standard library, but yeah. Unnamed game without an engine. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. What was the... It's gonna bug me now that I can't remember the name of that game. But I guess it was a while ago. Okay, so... Full bounds right now is 0, 0. And I think that's because either we're missing the data, or a zeroed full bounds is supposed to mean don't adjust the bounds. But we do have bounds, and that looks more like, given this position, get position plus this to... No, because position is a rectangle itself. Confusion intensifies. He might have named it now, actually, don't know. Yeah. Okay, so clearly using full bounds here is not going to work because full bounds is always zeroed. So let's try to use bounds. Maybe that would be helpful. So xpos. Yeah, that's 3 times the recs you need. It's a pain when you can't ask the original dev. Yeah, once I get something playable-ish, I might reach out to the original people and be like, hey, you still got that list of emails from Kickstarter days? Give them a ping. But it's pretty early right now, so I don't want to bug people before I got something to actually share. Unless I'm streaming. Okay. That would be cool. Yeah, yeah. So now the left position should just be like, oh, xpos is like where we are along our road of rendering text, and it gets mucked with for kerning and gets advanced by whatever the runes advance is. So like from where we're at, go to, shouldn't it just be info.bounds.min.x? Maybe this commented out stuff is what is it saying? It probably looked like this at some point. So they were saying the full bounds minimum x minus bounds.min.x. This is 0, so minus a negative. Why is this? Oh, yeah, okay, so this is in like pixel space in like Golang image package. So then, I'm just thinking like, what are the units for this thing? I don't want to do the division, but over d.data.dx, like the width of the. I just want to try this and then see how terrible it is. Does Golang do a thing where it's like a different divider, different, a different symbol for floating point and integer division? Golang float. Okay. Yeah. That's a pain in the junk, but oh well. Oops. No, that's the wrong button. What did I just hit? Oh, okay, no. Sorry, I've got a button on my keyboard that blocks the Windows key. Handy for when like you don't want to accidentally hit the Windows key when you're strafing around in a game, but also handy because I don't want to hit the Windows key right now. So this should be not the same value. So that we'll at least have a baseline to iterate off of. But yeah, y top should be max y over dy. Pardon me, it should be info.bounds dot max dot y over maybe I gotta bracket it like that, but no. Whoops. Did not mean to quit the file. So this should be info.bounds.min.y over so this almost certainly can be done better, not by mucking with the geometry, but by mucking with scaling and such. But for now, whoa! Look at that. We got a little sliver of something. That's like infinitely better than just this black box, right? Like, we went from 0 to not 0. Okay. So now XPOS was, you know, minus a little bit to minus the same amount. Pixels are better than not pixels, for sure. Okay, so what if I stretch that out? I can stretch that out by saying, you know, plus 7. On the X, I think I want. Yeah, that'll stretch it out in the something. I mean, 7 is probably a bit much. Whoa, that even looks like an L. Okay. I've never been so happy to fail. Okay. So now I guess the question is, what should we be scaling this by? We should be scaling it by how big we want the whole piece of text to look when we go to draw it. So when I say render string in my test, and I give it a XYZ of 0, 0, I think it's XYZ. Yeah, XYZ, and then a height. Let me look at the game code. Oh, it's been a while since I actually looked at this part of it. I'm looking for the, like, button menu and seeing, I don't know, I want to see what they were passing in just to get, like, a feel for their coordinate system scale. Yeah, it's probably in the game. UI start menu has some buttons. Yeah, yeah. It's a button. Render at. Okay, we're getting into this dictionary nonsense. So I'm guessing if b.texture.path is a thing, then it's what? Okay. Fixed function pipeline stuff, I think. versus actual render string, which is in glob. Yes, okay. So, so the string, the x value, the y value, the 0z value, d dot max height. So like the height of the font, which I think I was using in my test without even realizing it. But yeah, I was. Okay. What does it look like again? I mean, that's not like the worst height. But clearly, max height should have some relation, or correlation to the width of each rune or each glyph. Okay, okay. Amount glyphs were scaled down during packing. Huh. Who wants to bet the scale is 0? It's either 0 or something huge. No, I mean it's... If we go back to the default zoom, that would be... I'm trying to think, is that a 10-point font that I'm looking at on my screen? Not far. Okay. So, for an L, the bounds were a -1, -17, and a 6, 0. So grab from the texture this area, and nope, I don't know. This looks to be the size of the L, right? Like, the height of this whole thing is 64, and we've got about 15, pardon me, it looks like 17 pixels high, right? And then 7 pixels wide. 7 by 17, that's an L, right? Like, it's narrow. Okay. And what they're saying is that the bounds. So like, select this out from the texture and imagine it was on living alone on an island. Then draw a box around it that's gonna and centered at top left or positioned at top left or the origin. Now draw a box around -1, -17 to 6, 0, and that's the sub image to kind of stamp down. Full bounds is I have no idea. I do not know. Oh, handmade hero, I think is the name of that game. Yeah, I think. Anyways, Handmade Hero. That was the stream or the game I watched for a long time, or a long time ago. I didn't watch a whole lot of it, but it was interesting. Yeah, it was well done. Oh, thank you, brain. That was gonna bug me. All right. Now. Wait a minute, what? Why would height be 0? Why would scale be 0? Oh, this was the... Yeah, no, this was the test of when I multiplied it by d.scale. So, we'll... Yeah, scale 1. Okay. I was freaking out for a second there. Alright. Pardon me. Okay, so... This makes sense to me that it spurred a whole... That's a classic. It spurred a whole movement, more or less. Yeah, Handmade Hero? Awesome. I don't think I caught that wave, but I'm glad other people found it engaging and interesting and kind of a good way to think about things. So I'm just thinking, like, if we're given, I might need to draw this out. Maybe paint will help me. Okay. Nice. So, Handmade Network, attention to the craft, yeah. Okay, what was I doing? I want to know how wide my geometry should be. This was bogus, I just threw it in there. figure width. The advance. Yeah. So the advance is like how wide the... Well, I mean, that's how wide the kind of cursor moves. That's how far the cursor moves. Maybe if I squint hard enough, it'll just come to me. um, this shouldn't be max x over that. It should be max x minus min x. Right, the width of the character is going to be max x minus min x. I almost hope this doesn't work. It looks weird to me. Okay. Max x. Because what would this be? This would be max x minus min x. Oh, it'd be... What am I doing? This is like the... Okay, time to revert. The x in the geometry should be whatever the x is at the cursor in geometry space, and then add any adjustment you need by that makes it possible to render the character you need. I think this that they had was trying to accommodate for this kind of like there's pieces of the glyph that don't take space in the texture. And so for now, I'm thinking it should just be where the cursor is, right? And then the rightmost extent of the box should be the width of the geometry. So the width of the geometry should be the scaled width of the glyph. The glyph is this many pixels wide, and then we scale it to the size of the geometry by dividing. They're scaling this by max y and min y? I mean, that is an L. Maybe that's how wide it's supposed to be. I don't think so, but... Let's make sure we can render the O as well. That'll give us a better idea of how crazy we are. Okay. So yeah, this exposition gets sent off to infinity right here. Info.advance should be scaled by the width of the texture. D dot Look at that. That's what I call progress. Okay. It's just really narrow. And so this is just too small, which means either this is too small or this is too big. That'll be 9 over 512. Do I dare add a space? I mean, the F is floating, but because why not? Because F it. Is the squishing related to the fact that the texture is wider than it is high, but texture coordinates kinda assumes a square? Very well could be. Very well could be. Let's go back to our easier test. One thing at a time, right? Also, I want to test this. Just see what happens. It should be at the left-hand edge. Should be on the left-hand edge. So where are we doing the horizontal scaling to accommodate for texture width? Should be it should just be as long as we map the correct spot in the texture for the corners. It should work. So the leftmost part of the piece of the texture, the positions left-hand X, but that's in texels. So divide by the width of the texture. And this is the top of the texels scaled by the height of the texture. So I think by dividing these positions here by the width and height of the texture, it's going to account for that not square goodness. Oh. Yeah, that seems right. Okay. But this looking at this makes me think. The position in the texture, the relative width in the texture, sorry. If you think of the piece of the texture, the ratio of the width to the height should be the same in the texture as it is in the geometry. If we want to draw a box from the texture that's 2 wide and 1 high, our geometry has to be 2 wide and 1 high, or else it'll be squished. The aspect ratios will be off. So I need to not do bounds based stuff. I don't know what the bounds are about. I need to look at the difference in positions max X and min X. Does that make sense? So where it is in the texture, the left-hand side, pardon me, the right-hand side, less where it is in the texture on the left-hand side, scaled by the width. And this is the... let's not mess with the Y right now. Oops, I gotta save. Okay. Problem persists. So why is this bounds right now? The position should be the... Okay. Okay. So the bounds. The bounds are trying to tell us how big the thing is in the texture? Question mark? I think we're close. I think we're close. Let's log the... Oh, we are logging, effectively, the things. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a call. Be right back. Okay, I think that was spam. But I need warm beverage. Be right back. So we are kind of logging the things we're computing in these, right here. So... Balance X, Y. Height of the texture. Height of the piece of the texture. Sorry, this is not the height of the texture. This is the height of, this is the height of the largest element in the texture. This is the height of the... What? Okay. Oh, this is where they do the draw stuff. Yeah, free type do things. I don't want to look at this, but I think this is how they generate the data that I'm loading from disk. Oh, I still haven't found out where this invalid value thing was getting. What's happening? One of my hypotheses for what was happening with why we couldn't see things was, you know, some call somewhere was failing very badly. Something's failing, but I'm not sure what. Oh, yeah. We can be pretty sure that it's the first GL error that we see on line 335. So we're logging and clearing GL errors. So you know, while true, GL get error printed if it's not, no error, break if it is. We do that just before set uniform I. And this should just be like, go look up the thing from the shader program. Have you heard of the OpenGL debug callback? Yes, it was not around when this code was first written. That is correct, but is supported on nearly all modern drivers. Yeah, I guess I don't know how it would play with what I'm doing. Like, if I'm opting into such an old version that it's just, I shouldn't use it, or if it's like, yeah, we're using an old version, but if I try to use it, it'll be there and it'll work. I think the latter seems more likely. That's in, like, where is it? It's like debug callback, right? Debug message callback. Yeah. And that's cool. I, we should use it. I think the bindings library that I'm using, so like the way that Go is going to end up calling GL, is all in this legacy bindings thing. And I think it doesn't. Well, it's got debug output.go. Oh. Debug message callback. I was expecting it to not be there. It's exposed in the GLKHR debug output. OpenGL 1.1 knew about extensions, yeah. So for debugging it could be used, yeah. The bindings can be the problem, yeah. But yeah, maybe they are there. Because this looks like it's what I want. We're gonna have to we'll have to look into that. But for now, we know that it's after the set uniform I. Because I log and clear and then I call the thing. And then I log and clear. So there might be a way to get more info, but 501 is the invalid value. I lost the tab, but yeah, invalid value. So I did not expect it to get an invalid value. I guess like sampler 2D, maybe it's not something I can just set with like set uniform I. Texture 0, texture 1. Something to look into. I don't know if that's what we should figure out right now or not, to be honest. I think when I started seeing that those errors come through was when I added the version pragmas. Yeah. Sampler 2D is set with uniform 1i, so that should not be the problem. Okay. Uniform 1i. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just... shader and then the variable. It might be that the location is -1 for some reason. That happens when GL get uniform location cannot find it. Yeah. I guess like the thing is, let's rerun it just to make sure we're in the state we think it is. So yeah, GL get error 335, and then if I do that, okay, 333. So it's still the same. That's just when I noticed it, I guess, but at least declaring the version doesn't introduce errors. But yeah. I feel less compelled to look into that than I am to figure out the widthing, the stuff. but it's on the list, I think, or it should be. This seems to be getting an invalid value GL error back. Look into whether we've correctly looked up the form location. I mean, I think that's the default value anyways, so if we can't set it, the default's still there. But yeah. Info.advance. So an advance of 5.5 would say that, like, when you draw this, go another 5.5 in what units? Probably in, like, you've rendered this now units. The same units as, like, these values. Here's a question. Are there any rune infos for which full bounds is not 0, 0? I did a thing where I tested that there was all ASCII, all the ASCII things. ASCII info succeeds, yeah. We've kind of done this manually, but I'd love to write a test for it. If info dot full bounds not equal to image dot tangle 0 value, bingo. Index. We'll go with string. That's the string, and then let's show them about the bounds. I want to run not this test, but a different test. Oops. I want to run test dictionary get info. Womp womp. I think that's like a no-no, but for now, let's just see. So nobody has these like full bounds set, if I'm reading this right. Um, let's make a note of that. These like full bounds to do. Full bounds seems to never get populated. This is either problem with the data we're using, or we can drop this field. While we're here, if we look at the gob file, they seem to encode the field names, and we don't see full here at all. I just want to make sure that I'm not getting jerked around by new lines. But yeah, like, yeah, we don't have full bounds, but we have other things like you know, rectangle and data, max x, min y. I thought we'd have data. Or dict. We should probably have pics, right? Oh, well, I guess if there was... No. I guess I don't understand the gob encoding. But I... Yeah. Whatever. Full bounds. Not what we care about right now. Really, we're trying to green this test. Yeah. Okay. Are these vertices a reasonable set of vertices? X left, Y top. So this is saying that the... Huh? Did I flip something in the Y direction? X left and Y top is 0, 0. X left and Y bottom 0, 1. Yeah, no, that's correct. Positive y-axis is up. Yeah, so it's like the center of the screen, 0, 0, to center left to right, but top of the screen. And then we go a little bit to the right, and up. Sorry, what? Oh, yeah, sorry. 1, and then that's a space, and then 0.795. Yeah, yeah. So that's still the top of the screen. So why top? No. Like, the max Y on an L, this is min, that's max, so 6. Okay, hold on. Are the bounds an adjustment to this thing? Or is it like a cached? Then why would it be -1? And -17? If the thing is 7 by 17, which it is, why would it do? What does it mean that they're negative? Yeah, it means something is not good. um, so like the bounds field is just a rectangle, like an image dot rectangle, which has a point and a point. It's got a min point and a max point. So this is supposed to be up and left of this, which is to be the right and below. And it, like, at least in like the image package land, they want to support rectangles of things that don't quite overlap with the, say, like the flat data that you've got in your image, right? So if I've got an image that's, oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, anyways. I'm guessing that this is like the rectangle in the texture that contains the glyph. And then this is just, oh, by the way, this is the size of this rectangle encoded as a rectangle for some reason that is very confusing. We shall prevail. Okay. X left is X pause. Yeah, and then the right should be, whether we do pause max X and minus pause min X, should be the same as bounds max X minus bounds min X. Is this true here too? 2 and 7 make 9. 8 and -1, yeah, 9. And then 10, yeah. I'm not going to claim to understand why, but I think I'm going to claim to understand the format. Yeah. So if this code just assumes that we're um, in a coordinate space that has a scale, .013. And then this is .0107 to .0283. Yeah. We're trying to use the whole top half of the screen right now because we're using a geometry of 0 and 1. Is that what we should be doing? Because when I call render string, if I put it at 0, 0 and say that the height should be the max height, yeah, okay, I buy that. But then if this is we're really getting caught out by the fact that we're using half this frame buffer, and then it just so happens that the texture we're using has two lines, the top half being one set of glyphs and the bottom half being another set. So yeah, Y top should be scale, and Y bottom should be 0. We're kind of getting to that in a roundabout way. But that's not the issue we're hitting right now. We're hitting we're hitting a problem where our computed width is not scaled correctly. Like y top should be scale. Yeah. Here's a question. What sets the bounds? Oh boy. Bounds, sub dot bounds. So minimal sub image of some source image. Here's the sub image of the input image. Bounding rectangle is the smallest possible rectangle, includes all pixels and have alpha more than 0. With 1 pixel of border on all sides. Okay, the 1 pixel border probably gets chucked in via this -1. And then, yeah, okay. That'd be an easy way to do it. New bounds min x decrement. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we've explained the -1. They flipped the bitch. uh... Yeah. Well, hold on. If you say that your max is the min and your min is the max, and then C is the source at there. Get the alpha. New bounds.min.x starts out at max.x. No. Alright. Phew. I said I didn't want to look at this, but I'm looking at it. I deserve what I get. Okay, make it a power 2. There's a better way to do that. Probably. Oh, no one references it. That'd be my... That's my guess as to why it's always 0. Okay. Now that I took out the references to it, it's not referenced. But I was only taking out reads and never took out any writes. Yes, and yes. Text. Ah, crap. That's not what I wanted. Yes, include that. Yes, include that. Quit out. Quit. Get commit -m. Dogs. Drop. Finished. Produce. Okay. If we take a step back, there is a height that we're mapping to. Right? This like scale. We know that the bounds, the height of the bounds needs to map to that height. Bounds.maxy we know how high the geometry is supposed to be. It's supposed to be scale. So now if we compare scale divided by max y minus min y, so that's the gotta come up with some names for these things. But basically, I want to say, however tall the bounds are, there's a linear factor between that and the height of the geometry. Use that factor to transform the width of the texture piece to, like, the width of the bounds to the geometry. So where is scale used right now? So the advance is actually texture land units. So this is not width, this is like texture width in the units of the texture. So this is warped because X position is actually geo units. And you should never be adding and multiplying, adding or subtracting things with different units. Okay. We shouldn't add, subtract things that have different units. But we're not doing center or right hand justifications right now. We're just doing this. Okay. They keep trying to put X into geometry unit, or sorry, into texture units. But that's not what we want. Okay, so what is the factor that goes from 1 unit of texture to 1 unit of geometry. Height in geo units is 1.0. And height in text units is max y. D dot data dot max y. For now, I'm not too worried about 64 or 32-bit floats. We can think about what we should use if we need to, but we don't need to right now. And so then text units to geo units is some number that you multiply a text unit value to get the geo unit value, right? And so if you have text units, you divide by height text units and you multiply by height geo units. Okay. Height geo units over height text units. Now I have a converter. Okay, so here the geo units should get incremented by some number of geo units. Pos max x, pos min x is text units. Bam. Try with, I don't care. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, see, that's bad. Do they pack it after that? No. That's after they packed. Doo-doo. dy will be 2 glyphs tall in some cases. Dy should not get used as the height of a glyph.
You're about to hear DJ say that sort of not really recorded live at the World Electronic Music Festival 2003. Get more fucked and get rockin' mother bitches.
What happens if we test now? Looks pretty much the same. Oh, does not compile. Two, 6, 1. what does it say? The position plus a float times something. Float 3.2 and float 6.4. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this needs to be a float 32, and this needs to be a float 32. Okay. This looks worse. But I think it's better because we have units. So Y top is in geometry. Y bot geo units. X left geo units. X right geo units. I did physics before, and dimensional analysis was so useful. I hate not using it. Not using the fact that these things have units, and to add in and addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, these things only actually make sense if the units make sense. And you can learn a lot about what's right and what's wrong just by looking at whether the units are right or wrong. So yeah, these are all, this is a texture unit, and we're dividing it by the width of the texture. We're trying to like normalize. Yeah, we're normalizing to OpenGL texture unit. The 0-1 range. That makes sense. These make sense. This is sad, but makes sense. Y top in geometry units is no. Mm-hmm. Access minus min x to geo units. Okay, so here we see left top, left bottom, right bottom. Why was right so big? And then this is text units to geo units. Oh, look at that. Looks upside down though. But that is it for today. Today we hit a big milestone. We got our shader program to actually draw pixels for us. We're slicing and dicing from a texture. We are pretty sure that the texture that we've got is the right texture. We've learned more about the deficiencies of their approach thus far, and like how the position is different from the bounds and all of that. That being said, we'll have to pick it up again next time. Thanks so much for watching. If you can, please leave a follow. It helps the channel, I guess. But yeah, you'll at least be able to get a chance to get a message when I go live. Yeah, so have a good day. I'll see you next time.